Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The shadow of Orthanc still loomed over Fangorn's edge like a dark memory refusing to fade. In the years following the War of the Ring, the Great Black Tower stood as a testament to both the folly of Saruman and the price of betrayal. Yet it was here, in the growing twilight of a summer evening, that Aldemir, son of Bergen, a young ranger of Gondor, first glimpsed something that would challenge everything he believed about the nature of evil. And Uruk-hai stood at the forest's edge, but not like any Aldemir had encountered during the war. This one's posture spoke not of rage or bloodlust, but of weariness. More striking still was the crude bandage wrapped around a wounded elf child the creature carried in its massive arms. "Stay back, Ranger," the Uruk growled, though its voice carried more exhaustion than menace. "The child needs healing. Your kind may hate us, but surely you won't deny aid to one of the firstborn." Aldemir's hand remained on his sword hilt, years of training warring with the evidence before his eyes. The elf child stirred weakly, her silver hair matted with blood from a head wound. "How did you come by this child, creature?" "My name is Garkle," the Uruk replied with unexpected dignity. "We found her near the old fortress. The others tend to her kin who survived the attack." He paused, massive shoulders slumping slightly. "We are not what we were made to be, Ranger. Without the White Hand's voice in our minds, some of us have found something else. Something like conscience." The words seemed to cost the Uruk great effort, as if speaking of such things caused physical pain. Aldemir found himself slowly lowering his sword. 20 years of peace had changed many things in Middle-earth, why not this too? What followed was a revelation that would shake the foundations of post-war stability. Deep in the ruins of Isengard, a band of 40 Uruk-hai had indeed broken free of their violent programming. Led by Garkle, they had established a hidden sanctuary where they struggled to understand their own existence. They protected travelers from the remaining ORC bands that still plagued the region, though they never revealed themselves until now. The elf child's family had been ambushed by a particularly vicious band of Dunlendings who still clung to their old hatred of Rowan. The Uruks had intervened, but not before several elves were wounded. It was their first direct interaction with the Free Peoples since their awakening to consciousness. Aldemir spent days observing the Uruk settlement, watching as they tended to the wounded elves with surprising gentleness. He saw how they had turned the ruins of Saruman's war machines into crude but effective farming tools. They had even begun to cultivate gardens in the shadows of the fortress where they were born. But peace was not to last. Word spread of the Uruk's existence, drawing the attention of those who remembered the terror of Saruman's army all too well. A coalition of angry settlers from both Rowan and Gondor gathered, demanding the destruction of these abominations. It was then that something stirred in the depths of Isengard. Saruman's final legacy revealed itself, creatures bred from his darkest experiments, twisted combinations of troll and warg that had lurked in the deepest pits, growing stronger in secret. As they emerged, threatening both the settlers and the reformed Uruks, Aldemir faced a choice that would define his understanding of redemption. "Your people come with fire and steel," Garkle observed grimly as they watched the settlers approach, while shadows of monstrous shapes moved in Isengard's depths. "And they know nothing of what stirs beneath. Will you stand with us, Ranger?" even if it means defending those your people have sworn to destroy. Aldamir's response was to draw his sword and stand beside the Uruk chief. My oath is to protect the free peoples of Middle-earth, he declared. Today, that includes you. The battle that followed would be sung of in hushed tones for generations to come. Uruk-hai fought alongside men of Gondor and Rohan against horrors that should never have been. Garkle proved his change of heart, not through words, but by sacrificing himself to save a group of settler children from a particularly massive abomination. His last words, spoken to Aldamir, would be recorded in the archives of Minas Tirith. We were made for destruction, but we chose to protect. Remember us for what we chose to be, not what we were made to be. In the aftermath, those settlers who survived gained a new perspective on redemption and the possibility of change. The remaining Uruks were granted a protected territory near Fangorn, where they continued their peaceful existence under the watchful but increasingly friendly eyes of both Rohan and Gondor. Years later, Aldamir would often visit the thriving settlement, where Uruk-hai children born free of Saruman's influence played alongside human and even elvish visitors. The great black tower of Orthanc still cast its shadow, but now it served as a reminder not of evil's power, but of the capacity for change that resided in even the darkest of hearts. In the annals of the Fourth Age, this tale would be recorded as the first instance of Uruk-hai being granted status as free people of Middle-earth. More importantly, it stood as testament to a truth that even the wise had sometimes forgotten, that evil lies not in the blood or breed, but in the choices one makes. And for those brave enough to choose differently, redemption was always possible. The gardens of the Uruk settlement grew ever more verdant, their tools of war transformed into implements of growth and renewal. And if travelers passing near Fangorn at night heard songs in the harsh but hopeful voices of Uruk-hai rising up to the stars, they no longer reached for their weapons, but stopped to listen to the music of those who had found their way from darkness into light. Story 2. In the fading light of the Third Age, when the last ships of the Eldar were preparing to sail west, Arenelle walked the autumn-touched gardens of Rivendell. As one of the few elven healers who had chosen to remain in Middle-earth, she carried within her the last fragments of Elrond's healing knowledge, preserved in memories as ancient as the stones of Imladris itself. The peace of her evening contemplation was shattered by the arrival of a group of rangers, carrying between them the broken forms of 3 dwarves. Their armor, once proud and gleaming, was rent and stained with a substance that seemed to shimmer like starlight gone wrong. They were found in the high passes, the lead ranger explained, his voice tight with urgency. There were others, but only these 3 lived. They speak of a curse, the eldest of the dwarves, his beard matted with blood, and something that gleamed with an unnatural silver sheen, grabbed Arenelle's wrist with surprising strength. The mithril, he gasped, it sings. Wrong. Durin's blood. The price must be. His words faded into unconsciousness, but the touch left a mark on Arenelle's skin, a silvery pattern that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. As she worked through the night to stabilize the dwarves, the mark spread slowly up her arm, bringing with it whispers of ancient songs and forgotten depths. The dwarves' belongings included a map, its edges burned and stained, but its runes still clearly visible to one who had spent centuries studying the ancient languages. It spoke of a hidden mithril vein discovered in a nameless peak of the Misty Mountains, far from the known mines of Moria. But more troubling were the warnings scrawled in the margins, references to a price demanded by the mountain itself, and a curse that turned blessing to blight. When the eldest dwarf finally awoke, he identified himself as Nordri of the Iron Hills. His expedition had sought to establish a new mining colony, away from the shadow that lay upon Moria. We found it, he whispered, richer than any vein seen since Durin's day. But the mountain, it remembered something. Something from the First Age, when Morgoth's corruption ran deep in the earth. The other survivors, Austri and young Vestri, told of how the mithril they mined began to change those who handled it. Dwarves who had worked the mines for weeks began to show signs of a strange transformation, their skin taking on a metallic sheen, their minds becoming clouded with visions of depths and darkness. Aranel recognized the pattern of corruption from ancient texts she had studied in Elrond's library, a remnant of the First Age, when Morgoth had sought to twist all of Arda's natural resources to his will. The mithril vein they had discovered was one that had been touched by his power, but never purified. The mark on her arm had spread further, and with it came understanding. The mountain's song, distorted though it was, spoke of a way to cleanse the corruption, but it would require a joining of elven and dwarven crafts that had not been attempted since the forging of the Rings of Power. Gathering what remained of Rivendell's healing herbs and artifacts, Aranel set out with the 3 dwarves toward the cursed mine. Along their journey through the high passes, they encountered others affected by the curse traders who had purchased the tainted mithril, craftsmen who had worked it into jewelry and armor. All bore the same silvery marks, all heard the same twisted song. At the mine's entrance, Aranel found ancient runes that predated even the kingdom of Moria. They spoke of a ritual of purification, one that required both the light of the Eldar and the craft of the Moria. But the price would be high. Whoever performed the ritual would forever bear the burden of containing the corruption. As the curse spread through the surrounding lands, affecting more with each passing day, Aranel made her choice. Using the last essences of healing power left in Rivendell's artifacts, combining them with dwarven runecraft and her own life force, she began the ritual of cleansing. The mountain shook as ancient magics awakened. The corrupted mithril veins pulsed with power as Aranel sang the songs of purification taught by Elrond, while the dwarves struck the ancient stones with hammers forged in the fires of their forefathers. The curse fought back, trying to claim them all, but the combined power of elven wisdom and dwarven craft proved stronger. When it was done, Aranel's hair had turned the pure silver of true mithril, and her eyes held the same deep wisdom that had once shone in Elrond's gaze. The curse was contained, transformed through her sacrifice into something pure once more. The mine would yield mithril again, but now it would be watched over by one who understood both its beauty and its price. In the years that followed, a unique settlement grew around the purified mine. Dwarves worked the mithril veins under Aranel's guidance, and their crafts were enhanced by elven wisdom. The site became known as Mindithril, the Tower of Mithril Light, where the skills of both peoples were preserved and honored. Aranel remained there until the end of the Fourth Age, her presence a reminder of the power of sacrifice and the importance of maintaining balance between the gifts of the earth and the wisdom to use them properly. Those who sought mithril from Mindithril found not just precious metal, but also the teaching of respect for the deep places of the world and the ancient powers that dwelt there. And if travelers in the high mountains sometimes caught the sound of elven songs mingling with dwarven hammers, they knew they were hearing the music of Mindithril, where the wisdom of the Eldar and the craft of the Moria had finally found harmony in the heart of the mountain. Story 3, The Ruins of Fernost Irein, loomed against the darkening sky, its broken towers reaching toward the heavens like the fingers of a forgotten king. Eldard, a scholar of Minas Tirith's great library, traced weathered runes on a fallen column while the autumn wind whispered secrets through the ancient stones. 20 years after the War of the Ring, the old capital of Arnor still held mysteries that called to those brave or foolish enough to seek them. In his hands, he held a fragment of parchment discovered in the deepest archives of the White City, written in the flowing script of the Dí Nídain. It spoke of a palantir, a seeing stone that had been hidden away before Fernost's fall to the Witch King of Angmar. Unlike its brethren, this stone had never been accounted for in any of the histories. These walls have stood silent for too long. A gravelly voice spoke behind him. Eldard turned to find Drugan, a dwarf mason from the Blue Mountains, studying the ancient stonework with knowing eyes. The dwarf had joined his expedition after recognizing craft marks of his ancestors in the rubbings Eldred had shown in the villages. They were joined by Haleth, leader of the rangers tasked with protecting their expedition. Her weather-worn cloak with a star of the Dí Nídain, and her eyes carried the sharp awareness of one who had spent decades guarding the ancient places of the north. The shadows grow longer, she warned, and not all of them are cast by stone. Her words proved prophetic. As they delved deeper into the ruins, following the cryptic directions in the ancient text, they began to notice signs of other searchers. Fresh tool marks scarred the walls, and remnants of camps lay hidden in shadowed corners. In a chamber deep beneath the old throne room, they found their first real clue, a door marked with the same star pattern that appeared in Eldred's fragments. But the discovery came with a price. Voices echoed through the passages, accompanied by the heavy tread of booted feet. "Cult of the Dark Lord," Haleth whispered, her hand moving to her sword. "They've been growing bolder since the war, gathering relics they believe will help them restore Sauron's power." The cultists, led by a tall figure in black robes embroidered with cruel-looking runes, had followed them to the hidden door. In the battle that followed, ancient stonework crumbled as steel rang against steel. Haleth's rangers proved their worth, but the cultists' numbers forced them to retreat deeper into the complex through the star-marked door. What they found beyond left them breathless. A vast chamber perfectly preserved, its walls covered in intricate murals depicting the history of Arnor. At its center stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a sphere shrouded in aged velvet. The palantir of Fernost, Eldred breathed, his scholarly reserve cracking at the magnitude of the discovery. The histories say it was used to maintain contact with the other kingdoms of the Dí Nídain, but this one was different. Drugan moved closer to the pedestal, his expert eye-catching details others might miss. These runes, they're a warning. This stone wasn't just hidden to keep it from enemies. It was hidden because it showed something they feared to see. Before they could retreat, the cultists broke through. Their leader, now revealed as a descendant of the Black Menreens, reached for the covered stone with terrible purpose. "The Dark Lord's spirit endures," he proclaimed. "With this, we shall see the path to his return." But as he grasped the velvet covering, Haleth acted. Years of ranger training guided her arrow true, striking his hand. The covering fell away, and the palantir blazed to life. What they saw in its depths would haunt them forever. Not visions of darkness or evil, but something far more profound, the true fate of those who had followed Sauron. The stone showed the emptiness that awaited all who served the shadow, the utter void that had claimed their master. The cultists fell to their knees, their beliefs shattered by the truth revealed in the ancient stone. The Black Menreen leader aged before their eyes, as if all his years of dark preservation caught up at once, crumbling to dust like the ruins around them. Eldred understood then why this palantir had been hidden. It had been modified by the artisans of Arnor to serve as a warning, showing not just distant lands or present events, but the ultimate consequence of following darkness. Together, they ensured the palantir would serve its intended purpose. Rather than being locked away again, it was installed in a protected chamber in the restored fortress of Fernost. There, under the guardianship of the rangers and the craftwork of the dwarves, it stood as both warning and reminder. In the years that followed, the chamber became a place of healing for those touched by darkness. Those who looked into the stone saw not just the fate of evil, but also the possibility of redemption, the power of choice, and the light that remained even in the darkest of places. Eldred remained as its scholar guardian, recording the stone's visions and sharing its wisdom with those who sought understanding. Drugan's people helped restore the ancient walls, strengthening them with new craft and purpose. And Haleth's rangers kept their watch, ensuring that the light of truth would never again be hidden away in darkness. As for the palantir itself, it continued its ancient vigil, no longer a mere tool of seeing, but a beacon of hope in a world walking the fine line between shadow and light. Story 4. Moonlight filtered through the crumbling arches of Osgiliath as Ravenna, known to most as Raven, slipped between shadows with the practiced ease of one who had made stealth an art. Half-elven, she belonged fully to neither world, but tonight that unique heritage would prove invaluable. The ancient ruins of Starfall, a forgotten district of the old capital, held secrets that had eluded both elven loremasters and dwarven scholars for millennia. Her fingers, calloused from years of picking both locks and pockets, traced the weathered spine of an ancient tome secured at her belt. She had liberated it from a hidden chamber beneath Minas Tirith's library, following whispered rumors of its existence. The book, bound in leather that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, had revealed the location of something far more valuable: the truth about why elves and dwarves had truly gone to war in the First Age. A shadow detached itself from a nearby column larger and more solid than her own. "You're late, little thief," rumbled a voice that seemed to carry echoes of mountain depths. Eglos the Dreamer, last of the Dragon Guardians, materialized in the pale moonlight. His scaled form, smaller than his ancient ancestors but no less majestic, gleamed with an iridescent sheen. "The patrols have doubled since the cultists arrived," Raven replied, gesturing toward the torchlight visible in the distance. Both elven and dwarven zealots had descended upon Osgiliath, drawn by the same whispers that had led her to the tome. "They seek what we seek, though they don't know what it truly is." Together, they moved deeper into the ruins, following paths revealed in the book's ancient pages. The air grew thick with age and forgotten magic as they descended into chambers that had not seen light since the city's fall. Ancient machinery, crafted by both elven and dwarven hands working in harmony, lined the walls, evidence of a cooperation that history had forgotten. In the deepest chamber, they found what they sought. A crystalline pedestal rose from the floor, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift and change in the light of Eglos's soft glow. Atop it sat a sphere that appeared to be made of pure starlight. The concordat, Raven breathed, reaching for it with trembling hands. The original agreement between the firstborn and the children of all, but before her fingers could touch its surface, voices echoed through the chamber. The cultists had found them both elven purists who believed in their race's superiority, and dwarven traditionalists who clung to ancient grudges. "Stop," commanded an elven voice. "That artifact belongs to the firstborn. It belongs in the depths, with the true children of all," countered a dwarven elder. Eglos spread his wings, creating a barrier between the cultists and the pedestal. "It belongs to neither," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "For I was there when it was created." The sphere began to pulse with light, responding to the dragon's words. Images filled the chamber, visions of the First Age, when elves and dwarves had worked together to create wonders that neither race could have achieved alone. The concordat revealed the truth. The Great War had been orchestrated by Morgoth's agents, who had planted false evidence and stirred ancient prejudices to divide the two peoples. The visions showed more a prophecy woven into the very fabric of the artifact. It spoke of a time when the races would need to unite again, not against Morgoth or Sauron, but against a subtler darkness, the darkness of forgotten truth and nurtured hatred. As the cultists watched, their centuries of certainty crumbled. The sphere pulsed one final time, and in its light, they saw themselves as they truly were, not guardians of racial purity, but prisoners of ancient lies. Raven understood then why she had been led to this place. Her mixed heritage was not a curse, but a bridge, living proof that the boundaries between races were more permeable than either side wanted to admit. "The concordat must be protected," she declared, "but not hidden. Its truth needs to be shared, or we risk repeating the cycles of the past." In the days that followed, Raven and Eglos established a sanctuary in the restored chambers of Starfall. There, under the protection of a dragon guardian and a half-elven keeper, the concordat became a source of healing for both peoples. Elves and dwarves came to study its wisdom, and gradually, ancient prejudices began to fade. The great forges of the dwarves once again rang with elven songs, and the woodland realms were enriched by dwarven craft. Together, they began to restore wonders that had been lost since the First Age, not as separate peoples, but as inheritors of a shared legacy. And in the restored halls of Starfall, where starlight met earth-deep wisdom, visitors could sometimes hear Raven telling the true tale of their people's sundering and reunion, while Iglos's soft humming provided a counterpoint that seemed to echo from the very dawn of time. The sphere continued to glow, no longer a reminder of ancient hatreds, but a beacon lighting the way to a future where the artificial boundaries between peoples might finally fade into legend, leaving only the truth of their shared destiny. Story 5. Deep within the echoing halls of Moria, where ancient memories lingered like dust in forgotten chambers, Dias, daughter of Anin, traced her fingers across the cold stone walls. The runes beneath her touch told stories of glory long faded, carved by hands that had turned to dust centuries ago. The great halls of Moria, once resplendent with the light of countless lanterns and the warmth of dwarven fires, now held only darkness and the whispers of the dead. 20 years after the War of the Ring, she had returned to these halls bearing the weight of her namesake, the sister of Thorin Oakenshield, in a mission that would have been deemed foolish by the wisest of her kin. The knowledge of an ancient artifact, a remnant of the Ring Lords of old, had drawn her back to this place of shadow and memory. Her companion, Felindril of Lothal Reen, moved silently beside her, his elvish grace seemingly out of place among the angular grandeur of dwarven architecture. The unlikely partnership had been forged through an oath sworn to the Lady Galadriel before her departure to the Undying Lands to ensure that no darkness would ever again rise from the depths of Moria. "The air grows thicker here," Felindril whispered, his voice barely disturbing the heavy silence. "Something stirs in these depths, something that should have remained sleeping." DS nodded, her hand instinctively tightening around the haft of her war hammer. The weapon, Sorrow Ender, had been forged from the same steel as the axes that had defended Erebor during the Battle of Five Armies. "The records speak of a chamber beneath the 21st Hall," she murmured, consulting the ancient map tattooed in permanent ink across her forearm. "There, my uncle Balin kept his most precious findings before the colony fell." They proceeded deeper, their footsteps echoing off walls that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. The darkness seemed to press against the light of their crystal lamps, as if trying to extinguish the intrusion into its domain. Yet it was not the darkness that concerned DS, it was the signs of recent passage that caught her trained eye. Fresh tool marks on the walls, newly cleared pathways through ancient rubble. The truth revealed itself in the Chamber of Records, where they found not dust and decay, but signs of habitation. Countless runes had been freshly carved into the walls, their edges still sharp and unmarred by time. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal, and upon it rested an object that made Felindril draw, in a sharp breath, a ring of dark metal, unadorned save for script that seemed to shift and change in the lamplight. "It cannot be," the elf whispered, taking an involuntary step backward. All the rings were accounted for, destroyed or taken beyond the sea, before DS could respond. Torches flared to life around the chamber's periphery, revealing dozens of figures emerging from hidden passages. They were dwarves, their beards long and their armor ancient in design, but their eyes held a fever that spoke of corruption. At their head stood a figure that made DS's heart clench, Lord Cairn, one of the few survivors of Balin's colony, whom all had thought perished decades ago. "The daughter of Anin returns to us," Cairn's voice rasped, changed from the warm tones she remembered from her childhood. "Have you come to witness our triumph, to see how we have preserved our people's greatest works?" Thea saw now what her eyes had refused to acknowledge. The dwarves around her were unnaturally preserved, their skin bearing the same ageless quality she had seen in creatures touched by dark powers. What have you done, Karen? What Durin's folk should have done ages ago. He gestured to the ring. We found it deep in the floods that claimed our people, a gift from the darkness. It has sustained us, protected us, shown us secrets that our ancestors only dreamed of. With its power, we can reclaim not just Moria, but all the ancient dwarf kingdoms. Felindril knocked an arrow to his bow, its tip gleaming with elvish enchantments. The ring is a remnant of Sauron's craft, he declared. It feeds on your fear of extinction, twisting your desire to preserve into a curse of undeath. The chamber erupted into chaos. The corrupted dwarves surged forward, while Karen reached for the ring. DS moved faster, sorrow ender singing through the air to shatter the pedestal. The ring bounced across the floor, and in that moment, she saw clearly the choice before her to seize power that might restore her people's glory, or to destroy it, and accept that some things must pass into memory. With a cry that echoed through the halls of her ancestors, DS brought her hammer down upon the ring. The impact sent a shockwave through the chamber, and with it came a sound like the wailing of 1,000 voices. The corrupted dwarves fell to their knees, age catching up to them in an instant as the ring's power failed. Karen alone remained standing, tears cutting through the dust on his ancient face. We only wanted to preserve our way of life, he whispered, his voice now heavy with the weight of years. Our way of life is preserved in how we live, not in relics of darkness, DS responded, kneeling beside her fallen kinsman. She held him as years of darkness lifted from his eyes, and his body finally found the rest it had been denied for so long. In the days that followed, DS and Felindril worked together to lay to rest those who had been trapped between life and death. They recorded their names in the Chamber of Records, ensuring their story would not be forgotten. Before sealing the chamber, DS carved one final inscription. Here lies the last echo of darkness in Moria. Let it stand as testament that the true strength of Durin's folk lies not in rings or relics, but in the courage to face the future unburdened by the shadows of the past as they emerged from Moria into the light of dawn. DS felt the weight of generations lift from her shoulders. The darkness had offered one last temptation, and Durin's folk had finally, truly, overcome it. She looked to the east, where the sun rose over the misty mountains, and for the first time in many years, she smiled. The future of her people would be forged not in the shadows of their ancient halls, but in the light of new days to come. Story 6. The rebuilding of Dale had been Barda's pride and joy, watching the city rise from the ashes of dragon fire to become a beacon of cooperation between the races of the north. The young diplomat had inherited his grandfather's skill for leadership, but also his mother's gift for bringing people together. Yet on this cold autumn morning, as he read the merchant's report for the third time, he felt that hard-won peace beginning to crack. "A dragon," he whispered, his fingers tracing the hastily written words. "In the Grey Mountains. And not just any dragon, one that survived the ancient wars." The merchant's description was precise. Scales like burnished steel, eyes that gleamed with ancient intelligence, and most worryingly, an interest in the movements of the dark forces gathering in the east. Toriel found him in the high tower of Dale, where the wind carried the scent of pine from the restored gardens below. The elvish captain had changed since the Battle of 5 Armies, her grief for Kili tempering her warrior's spirit with wisdom, though her bow remained as sharp as ever. "The dragon must not fall into enemy hands," she said, her voice carrying the weight of one who had seen the devastation such creatures could bring. "There are whispers from Mirkwood of dark forces moving again, seeking weapons for their master's return." Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of another unexpected ally, Gimli, son of Gol-in. His red beard not yet fully grown, but his eyes burning with the same fire that would later make him one of the Fellowship's greatest warriors. "The dwarves of Erebor have also heard these rumors," he declared. "My father bids me offer our aid in this matter." Thus was formed an unlikely company, Bard II, diplomat of Dale. Toriel, the woodland warrior, Gimli, eager to prove himself, and a select group of scouts from all three races. They departed north as the first snows began to fall, following the merchants' maps toward the highest peaks of the Grey Mountains. The journey tested their newfound alliance. Dwarf and elf still carried the weight of ancient prejudices, but the greater threat forced them to look past old grievances. Gimli proved himself both strong and clever, while Toriel's experience helped them avoid the worst of the mountain's dangers. They found the dragon's lair on the seventh day, a vast cave mouth carved into the mountain's face, its entrance marked with runes older than any living scholar could read. The dragon itself was both more and less than they had expected. Unlike Smaug's red-gold majesty, this creature bore scales of silver gray, its form somehow more ancient and primal. "I have watched your approach," the dragon spoke, its voice resonating through their bones. Three races, working as one. How? Unexpected, its ancient eyes fixed upon each of them in turn, seeming to peer into their very souls. The dragon, they learned, was called Arbakir, one of the first of its kind, who had chosen neutrality in the ancient wars and retreated to sleep through the ages. Now awakened by the stirring of ancient powers, it faced a choice ally with the growing shadow in the east, or stand with the free peoples of the north. But dark forces had followed them. As they parleyed with Arvakir, servants of the enemy attacked ORCs bearing the mark of Gundabad, led by figures in black robes who wielded dark sorcery. The battle that followed would be sung of in all three kingdoms. Gimli's axe flashed in the torchlight as he defended the narrow cave entrance. Toriel's arrows found marks in the darkness with unerring accuracy, while Bard proved that the blood of dragon slayers still ran true in his veins, though he sought now to ally with one rather than kill it. The turning point came when a dark sorcerer nearly succeeded in binding Arvakir with ancient spells. It was Toriel who broke the binding, using her understanding of elvish magic to counter the darkness, while Gimli's thrown axe found its mark in the sorcerer's chest. The dragon's subsequent fury at the attempt to enslave it turned the tide of battle, its ancient flame clearing the mountainside of enemies. In the battle's aftermath, as they tended wounds and counted losses, Arvakir made its decision. "Long have I slept, dreaming of ages past," it rumbled. "But perhaps it is time to wake fully and choose a side." The shadow in the east would bind all ancient powers to its will dragon, elf, dwarf, and man alike. "I choose freedom." The alliance they forged that day would prove crucial in the years to come. Arvakir became a guardian of the northern realms, its very presence deterring many of Sauron's forces from attacking Dale and Erebor. More importantly, the trust built between elf, dwarf, and man strengthened the bonds that would help them survive the dark days ahead. Before they departed, Arvakir gifted each leader a scale from its hide freely given, and thus imbued with protective magic that no taken trophy could match. To Bard, it gave wisdom. Leadership is not about might, but understanding. To Toriel, grief can forge us stronger if we let it, and to Gimli, judge each being by their acts, not their race. Back in Dale, the three races came together to forge these scales into tokens of their alliance: a crown for Dale, a bow for the woodland realm, and an axe for Erebor. These artifacts would serve as reminders of the day when ancient prejudices were set aside in favor of a greater purpose. In the years that followed, when the War of the Ring engulfed Middle-earth, the northern realms stood strong. The sight of a silver dragon patrolling the skies above Dale became a symbol of hope, while the friendship between elf, dwarf, and man proved that even the oldest of hatreds could be overcome when faced with a common cause. And if young Gimli seemed more open to forming friendships with elves than most of his kin, perhaps it was because he remembered a time when an elvish arrow and a dwarven axe had worked together to save a dragon, and in doing so, helped save the North itself. Story 7. The mists of the Anduin Valley concealed many secrets, but none so strange as the band of Haradrim that Halbarad discovered on that moonless night. The ranger had tracked their movements for days, expecting to find enemies of Gondor, only to discover something far more intriguing: deserters from Sauron's army, led by a young priestess whose dark eyes held both wisdom and terror. Halbarad's sword remained sheathed as he approached their camp, his keen ranger's senses alert for any sign of treachery. The priestess, who called herself Adira, rose to meet him, her traditional Haradrim scarves replaced with simpler traveling clothes. "We saw it," she said without preamble, her accent thick but her words clear. "In the sacred fires, we saw what comes if the Dark Lord returns. Not just his victory, but his transformation into something far worse. Something that would consume even his own servants." The visions she described sent chills down Halbarad's spine. She spoke of a future where Sauron claimed not just the One Ring, but also an ancient Enmenrine artifact hidden in the depths of Moria, the Crown of Seeing, said to grant its wearer power over minds and dreams. The crown was hidden there during the fall of Enmenr, Halbarad mused, recalling tales passed down through generations of rangers. In a chamber so deep that even the dwarves feared to mine near it, their unlikely alliance grew as Adira shared more of her vision. 5 Haradrim warriors had followed her into exile, each bearing marks of rank that would have guaranteed them positions of power in Sauron's army. Now they sought to prevent the future they had glimpsed. Word was sent to Lothlorien through ancient paths known only to the rangers. The response came swift and silent. 3 elvish scouts, led by the legendary Haldir himself, arrived with information about secret ways into Moria that bypassed its main gates. "The Lady Galadriel has foreseen echoes of what your priestess describes," Haldir told them, his ageless face grave. "But the paths you must take, they are dark indeed." 2 dwarven expatriates joined their company brothers named En and Enfar, who had studied the ancient maps of Moria Diem before its fall. Their knowledge would prove invaluable, though their presence added tension to an already strained group. The entrance they chose was a narrow crevice in the mountain's eastern face, masked by centuries of debris. As they descended into the darkness, Adira's warnings seemed to take physical form in the oppressive blackness around them. The halls of Moria had changed since the maps were drawn. Whole sections had collapsed, while new chasms yawned where solid ground once lay. Their first real challenge came at a great bridge spanning an unmapped abyss. As they crossed, creatures stirred in the depths not ORCs, but things older and fouler. The Haradrim warriors proved their worth there, their spears finding marks in the darkness while the elvish arrows sang overhead. En and Far guided them through twisting passages that bore signs of both dwarven craft and more ancient workings. "These walls," Far whispered, running his hand along strange markings, "they're older than Durin's folk. Some of these passages were here before our ancestors ever broke ground." They were not alone in their quest. Signs of other intruders became more frequent. Dead ORCs bearing unfamiliar marks, dropped weapons of black steel, and always the sense of being watched by unseen eyes. The chamber of the crown lay beyond a door marked with both Enmenrine runes and dwarven warnings. As they worked to open it, their pursuers finally revealed themselves: a cult of Sauron's followers led by a figure wearing robes of human skin, their magic dark and potent. The battle that followed would be remembered in whispered tales for generations. Haldir's arrows found homes in shadow-wreathed throats, while the Haradrim warriors moved with deadly grace, their desert-forged blades tasting dark blood. En and Far fought back to back, their axes keeping the enemy from the door, while Halbarad and Adira worked to unlock it. The chamber itself was a marvel, a perfect dome carved from living rock, its walls covered in mirrors of polished silver that had not tarnished in thousands of years. At its center, suspended in a column of ancient magic, floated the crown of Seeing, a circlet of strange metal set with gems that seemed to hold entire universes in their depths. But claiming it proved nearly impossible. The crown's defenses were not merely physical, it assaulted their minds with visions of their deepest desires and darkest fears. Halder saw the shores of Valinor. En saw Moria DM restored. Adira saw her people free from Sauron's influence. It was Halbarad who finally reached the crown, his rangers training and Enmin Ringblood giving him the strength to resist its calls. The artifact's destruction required all their combined skills: elvish magic, dwarven craft, Haradrim mysticism, and the ancient bloodline of the rangers. As the crown shattered, its power released in a blast that shook the mountain, Adira's vision shifted. The future she had feared began to fade, replaced by one still dark, but not without hope. In the fragments of the crown, she saw brief glimpses: a hobbit carrying a ring, a broken sword reforged, a white tree blooming. Their escape from Moria was aided by paths that seemed to appear just as they needed them, as if the mountain itself approved of their deed. When they finally emerged under starlight, their company had been forged into something stronger than mere allies. Before they parted ways, each to return to their own battles against the growing darkness, Adira pressed something into Halbarad's hand, a desert bloom preserved in crystal, a token of her people's tradition of hope, surviving in the harshest places. The future is never certain, she told him, but today we proved it can be changed. The companions separated, but their deed was not forgotten. In the years that followed, when the War of the Ring finally came, the alliances they had forged proved crucial. The Haradrim remembered Adira's warnings, the elves recalled the valor of men, and the dwarves remembered that ancient perils could be overcome when peoples stood together. And if travelers in the Anduin Valley sometimes spoke of strange companies, rangers riding alongside Haradrim, or dwarves breaking bread with elves, well, that was just another sign that even in the darkest times, hope could bloom in unexpected places. Story 8. The forge fires of Erd-Luin burned eternal, much like the burden of guilt that Celebrial carried in her heart. As one of the last surviving apprentices of Celebrimber, she alone remembered the secrets of that fateful time in Eregion, secrets that now threatened to unleash new shadows upon Middle-earth. In her private chambers deep within the Blue Mountains, she sat before an ornate chest bound with silver and adorned with protective runes. Inside lay her greatest shame, a lesser ring of power, one of the experimental pieces forged before the creation of the Great Rings. Though lacking the might of its greater siblings, it still held dangers of its own dangers that had begun to stir. The first sign came with the spring rain's dreams shared by both elves and dwarves of the mountain, visions of a golden ring calling out from the depths. Then came the whispers of dark things moving in the ancient tunnels, and travelers speaking of shadows where shadows should not be. When word reached her that Thorin III Stonehelm, the new king under the mountain after Dian's fall, was journeying toward Luin to discuss these disturbances, Celebrial knew her time of hiding had ended. The ring's awakening could not be coincidence, not with Sauron's remaining servants seeking new sources of power after their master's defeat. The meeting hall was thick with tension as dwarf and elf leaders gathered. Thorin III carried himself with the same proud bearing as his namesake, but his eyes held wisdom tempered by the recent losses at Erebor. When Celebrial stepped forward to speak, the hall fell silent. "The shadow in your dreams," she began, her voice carrying the weight of centuries, "comes from something I helped create long ago in the forges of Eregion. A lesser ring of power, a stepping stone on the path that led to the Great Rings. I thought it dormant, harmless. I was wrong. The outrage was immediate. Dwarf lords thundered about elvish deception, while her own kin whispered of shame and betrayal. But Thorin raised his hand for silence, his gaze fixed on Celebrial. "The time for blame is past," he declared. "What matters now is what must be done. The ring," Celebrial explained, "could only be unmade in conditions similar to its forging in a place where the crafts of both elves and dwarves held power. Such a place still existed in the deepest halls of the Blue Mountains, in a forgotten forge chamber where Celebrimbor himself had worked alongside dwarf smiths of old. "I will guide you there," Thorin announced, surprising all present. "But know this: if this ring poses the threat you claim, we must move swiftly. My scouts report increased activity from the east, where the last servants of the enemy gather. Their journey into the mountain's depths began the next day. With them went a small company, 3 of Thorin's most trusted warriors and 2 of Celebril's kin, all sworn to secrecy. The ancient passages twisted downward, through halls that had not seen footsteps in an age. As they descended, Celebril shared with Thorin the full tale of the ring's forging. She spoke of Celebrimbor's desire to help Middle-earth flourish, of Anatar's subtle corruptions, and of her own pride in participating in works she thought would bring only good. Thorin, in turn, spoke of his father's warnings about the price of pride and the importance of learning from the past without being chained to it. They were 3 days into their descent when the attacks began. Dark creatures, drawn by the ring's power, emerged from forgotten crevices. Among them moved figures in black robes, servants of Sauron, who had survived their master's fall, seeking new powers to serve. The battles echoed through the ancient halls, dwarf axes ringing against stone, elvish arrows finding marks in the darkness, and the clash of steel against darker things. Celebril fought with the skill of one trained in a region's greatest days, while Thorin proved why he was worthy of his crown, his movements a perfect blend of power and precision. When they finally reached the forge chamber, it was clear their enemies had been herding them there. The chamber's vast space, with its high ceiling supported by carved pillars, had become a trap. Their foes held the upper galleries, and at their head stood a figure Celebril recognized, one of Sauron's lieutenants from the Second Age, diminished but not destroyed. "The ring," the figure hissed, its voice like steel on stone. "Give it freely, and your deaths will be swift." What followed was a battle worthy of the great tales. Thorin's warriors formed a shield wall, while elvish arrows kept the enemy at bay. Celebril and Thorin fought their way to the great forge at the chamber's heart, knowing it was their only hope. The process of unmaking the ring required perfect timing. As Thorin worked the bellows, bringing the forge to temperatures that could melt even enchanted metal, Celebril began the complex enchantments needed to unbind the ring's power. Their enemies pressed closer, held back only by the diminishing line of defenders. In the final moment, as Celebril held the ring over the flames, its power lashed out one last time. Visions assailed her, a region restored, Celebrimbor alive again, all her mistakes unmade. But in Thorin's steady presence, an unwavering focus on their task, she found the strength to resist. The ring fell into the fires, and with it went the last echo of a region's pride, the explosion of released power through their enemy's back, buying precious time for escape. They fled upward through secret ways known only to Thorin, eventually emerging under stars that seemed brighter than before. In the days that followed, as wounds were tended and honors given to the fallen, a new understanding grew between the peoples of Luin. Celebril's honesty about her past and her willingness to right ancient wrongs earned the dwarves' respect, while Thorin's wisdom in choosing cooperation over blame impressed the elves. Before departing for Erebor, Thorin presented Celebril with a gift, a simple ring of steel and silver, bearing no enchantment save the skill of its crafting. "A reminder," he said, "that the greatest works come not from power, but from understanding between peoples." Celebril accepted it with a smile, knowing that while some burdens of the past would always remain, new friendships could light the way forward. In the years that followed, the tale of the Lesser Ring became a symbol of how ancient wrongs could be righted when pride gave way to wisdom, and when ancient rivals became trusted allies. Story 9. The halls of Minas Tirith held many secrets, but none so compelling as the one Master Findigil discovered on that fateful autumn morning. The ancient scrolls in the city's vast archives whispered of forgotten treasures, and as the morning light filtered through high windows, His weathered hands trembled over a map he'd found hidden within the binding of an old chronicle of Arnor. The parchment was fragile, its edges crumbling, but the markings were unmistakable, a detailed map to one of the lost palantir, the legendary seeing stones of Menor. This one, according to the cryptic notes in the margins, had been hidden away in a fortress of Arnor during the kingdom's final days, secreted from the forces of Angmar that had brought the northern realm to ruin. Findegil knew he couldn't undertake such a journey alone. The wild lands of Eriador were no place for a scholar, especially with dark rumors of increased ORC activity in the region. Fortune favored him when he learned of a dwarf named Nori, daughter of Narin, who had recently arrived in the White City. She was known among her people as a master explorer of ancient ruins, with knowledge of forgotten passages and hidden ways that rivaled the contents of Findegil's precious archives. A palantir? Nori's eyes gleamed with interest when Findegil shared his discovery. Her red beard was intricately braided, decorated with silver beads that caught the lamplight. The stone alone would be a prize beyond measure, but the fortress itself. The craftsmanship of Arnor rivals that of my own people. Count me in, Master Archivist. They departed Minas Tirith as winter approached, traveling north along the ancient roads. Their journey took them through the Gap of Rowan, where the horse lords eyed them with curiosity, but offered shelter in their great wooden halls. Nori spent the evenings studying the map, comparing it to her own knowledge of the northern ruins, while Findegil pored over historical accounts of the fortress's last days. The first sign that they weren't alone in their quest came at the ruins of Tharbed. Fresh tracks in the mud spoke of heavily armored horses, and in the distance, they glimpsed dark figures moving against the twilight sky. Nazgul's servants, Findegil whispered, recognizing the description from ancient texts. The Witch King must have learned of the palantir's location. Their path turned treacherous as they entered the ancient bounds of Arnor. Winter had set in fully now, and the snow made tracking difficult both for them and their pursuers. Nori's knowledge proved invaluable as she led them through hidden valleys and along forgotten dwarf roads that cut through the hills. The fortress itself rose before them one gray morning, a great stone crown upon a lonely hill, its walls still proud despite centuries of abandonment. Caradol, Findegil breathed, recognizing the architecture from his studies. The fortress of the star, but they weren't the first to arrive. Black-cloaked figures moved among the ruins, and the air itself seemed to grow colder at their presence. The servants of the Witch King had beaten them there, though they appeared to be searching still. The palantir remained hidden. The map shows a secret way, Nori whispered, tracing a line on the parchment. A tunnel the dwarves helped construct during the fortress's building. It may still be open. They found the entrance hidden behind a fall of rock, marked with dwarf runes that were almost invisible unless one knew where to look. The passage was tight but navigable, leading them deep into the heart of the fortress. Above, they could hear the movements of their enemies, searching room by room. The chamber they sought lay in the highest tower, but reaching it meant crossing the main courtyard, now patrolled by dark armored warriors. Nori produced small crystals from her pack, dwarf lights that would flare brilliantly when broken. A distraction, she grinned. When they go to investigate, we run. The plan worked, but not perfectly. As they raced across the courtyard, a cry went up from the towers. Arrows whistled past them as they charged up the spiral staircase, Nori's axe clearing the way when they encountered resistance. The palantir's chamber was sealed with both dwarf craft and the high arts of Menor. While Findegil worked to decipher the locking mechanisms, Nori held the doorway against their pursuers. Her axe sang as she fought, each stroke accompanied by ancient dwarf battle songs that echoed through the stone corridors. When the chamber finally opened, they found the palantir resting on a pedestal of black marble. It was smaller than Findegil had expected, but its surface swirled with mysterious depths. As he reached for it, A cold voice spoke from behind them. "The stone is not for you." Keeper of Scrolls, the Witch King himself stood in the doorway, his presence suffocating in its malevolence. But Findegil had not spent his life studying the histories of Middle-earth without learning its secrets. From his robes, he drew forth a phial of water from the fountains of Minas Tirith, blessed in the days when kings still ruled. Its light flared against the darkness, driving the Witch King back long enough for Nori to slam and bar the door. "The window," she shouted, already understanding Findegil's plan. The drop was severe, but dwarves always came prepared. From her pack, she pulled a coil of Hithlin rope, a gift from the Elves of Lorien to her grandmother. They escaped down the rope as their enemies broke through the door. The palantir secured in Findegil's satchel. The Witch King's scream of rage followed them as they fled into the wilderness, where Nori's knowledge of hidden ways allowed them to evade pursuit. The journey back to Minas Tirith was harder than their outward journey had been, but they had gained more than just the palantir. In the Seeing Stone's depths, they had glimpsed visions a young ranger in the north, his true identity hidden, who would one day reclaim the throne of both Arnor and Gondor. The stone's recovery would prove crucial in the years to come, allowing the forces of good to coordinate their defenses against the growing darkness. Nori elected to stay in Minas Tirith for a time, helping Findegil study the palantir and the other treasures they had recovered from the fortress. Together, they documented their findings, adding new volumes to the city's great library volumes that spoke of friendship between peoples and hope preserved through the darkest of times. And in later years, when Aragorn finally came to claim his throne, both the old archivist and the dwarf explorer were there to witness it, knowing they had played their own small part in keeping safe the heritage of kings until the appointed time. Story 10. In the depths of Mirkwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets of darker days, Captain Muriel stood motionless as morning mist curled around her boots. The forest had changed. Even the eldest of the woodland realm could feel it, a creeping malice that twisted through the roots of their once verdant home. 20 years of patrolling these shadowed paths had taught her to trust her instincts, and today they screamed of danger. "Captain," whispered Felindril, her lieutenant, pointing toward a break in the thick canopy. Through the gap, dark stone pillars rose like ancient fingers clawing at the sky. Enmenrine ruins, but not the usual kind. These bore markings that made Muriel's skin crawl, runes of a darker nature that spoke of the blackened Menrines and their allegiance to forces better left forgotten. The patrol moved silently through the undergrowth, their gray cloaks blending with the morning shadows. 5 of Thranduil's finest scouts, yet each felt the weight of unease as they approached the crumbling structure. The architecture was wrong, too sharp, too angular, as if designed to tear at the fabric of the world itself. Within the main chamber, they found it. A ring, simple in design, but radiating an energy that made the air thick with dread. Muriel knew instantly what it was, one of the 9 rings of power given to mortal kings who had long since fallen to darkness. How it came to rest here, she could not guess, but its presence could mean only one thing: the Nazgul would come searching. "We make for Erebor," she announced, securing the ring in a lead-lined box inscribed with Elvish words. "The dwarves' craft may be our only hope of destroying it before its masters sense its awakening. The journey north was treacherous. The shadow of Dal Guldur stretched far, and its servants were ever watchful. On the 3rd day, they encountered their first obstacle, a pack of wargs led by ORCs bearing the mark of the eye. The battle was swift but costly. 2 of her scouts fell before the last ORC was dispatched, and Muriel knew their presence would not go unreported. At the gates of Erebor, they found both hope and frustration. Most of the dwarven smiths dismissed their plea, too focused on their own crafts to risk involving themselves in elvish troubles. But one stepped forward, Darin, son of Dwalin, whose eyes held wisdom beyond his years. "I have studied the ancient texts," he said, his voice carrying the weight of stone. In Moria DM, our ancestors learned secrets of unmaking that which was forged in power. I cannot promise success, but I will help. The unlikely alliance of elf and dwarf soon discovered their task was greater than expected. The ring's destruction required more than mere craft. It needed the fires of a forge blessed by both elvish and dwarven magic. Such a place existed in the deep halls of Erebor, but reaching it meant traversing abandoned mines where darker things now dwelt. As they descended into the mountain's depths, Miriel and Darren found common ground in their shared purpose. He spoke of his father's tales of the Battle of 5 Armies, of the price of pride and the value of cooperation between their peoples. She shared stories of the growing darkness in Mirkwood, of the slow poison that threatened all free peoples of Middle-earth. Their bond was tested when they reached the ancient forge. Servants of the enemy had arrived, first coordinated by a figure in black robes whose presence filled the chamber with unnatural cold. The ring's call had grown stronger, and even within its lead prison, its whispers reached for their minds. The battle that followed would be sung of in both elvish halls and dwarven feasts for years to come. Darren's warhammer struck with the fury of the mountain itself, while Miriel's blade danced with the grace of autumn leaves. Back to back, they fought, elf and dwarf, against waves of ORCs and darker creatures drawn by the ring's power. When the last enemy fell, they had precious little time. The forging process required perfect coordination, dwarven strength to maintain the heat, elvish enchantments to bind the ring's power. As they worked, Miriel felt the approach of greater darkness. The Nazgul were coming. In the final moment, as the ring began to melt, its power lashed out in desperate fury. Visions assailed them, both promises of power, of kingdoms restored, of shadows pushed back. But in each other's conviction, they found the strength to resist. The ring dissolved, its power dissipating like mist in morning sun. They emerged from the mountain changed. Darren had gained an appreciation for elvish wisdom, while Miriel had learned that dwarven craft was more than mere metalwork. It was an art born of deep understanding of the world's foundations. But their victory revealed a darker truth. Among the possessions of the fallen Dark Messenger, they found plans speaking of other artifacts, other seeds of power being gathered. The ring had been but one piece in a greater design, a testing of defenses before a greater shadow would attempt to rise again. As Miriel prepared to return to Mirkwood, Darren presented her with a gift, a mithril pendant crafted in the shape of intertwined elvish and dwarven runes of protection. For the next time you find trouble, he said with a knowing smile. There will always be a next time, she replied, but perhaps next time we will face it together. They parted as allies and friends, knowing that in their small victory lay the seeds of hope. For in the joining of ancient crafts and peoples long divided, they had discovered a truth the enemy would never understand, that the greatest power lies not in rings or ancient artifacts, but in the bonds forged between those who stand against the darkness. The shadow over Mirkwood grew no lighter, and the whispers of Dal Guldur continued to haunt the forest's depths. But in the halls of the woodland realm and the great chambers of Erebor, a tale was told of how an elven captain and a dwarven smith joined forces to destroy a ring of power, proving that ancient grudges could be overcome when darkness threatened all. And in years to come, when the War of the Ring finally broke upon Middle-earth, the trust built between elf and dwarf in those deep forges would bear fruit again, as the free peoples stood together against the rising tide of shadow.